All right, ladies and gentlemen. What did you put up there? Okay, that's good enough. All right. So before we go into talking about what happened last week, I'm going to give you some updates. So I'm officially on the YouTube Partner Program Lite. I am working on getting badges set up. I'm working on getting emojis. I'm not in a rush to have the emojis put out there, but I want to at least try to get the badges. So I asked a couple of people to help me out with those. One of which was supposed to already have access to my YouTube channel. So when I went and I looked, there was 2 members that were supposed to be access to my YouTube channel. One of which is the person I asked to do the icons for the membership badges. I'm still waiting for them to accept their invitation. So I will still continually work with them to make sure they get their invite. And I'll make sure to get those badges public. But as you can see, underneath the chat, where you type, you'll see a $sign next to the emoji. That is for donations. Once I get memberships finished and going, that'll also be there too, and plus I'll have a join button right next to the subscribe button. So those are the things that I'm currently working with. I'm trying to do it, trying to work with them gradually as I go. And of course, I am also a little congested, so my voice acting is going to be a little rough. So I'm going to do the best I can with tonight's stream. Also, after this game is finished, which will be done today, and like I said, if it takes me over midnight, I will finish it. Because this last portion of the trial is going to be a long one. And with that, I also have news for the PFL and the Wacky World Football League. The teams are finished. Last night I had to go and I realized I was missing 4 teams. So I had to get those 4 teams finished. So those are completely finished. I can't set up franchise mode yet because when I start the fantasy draft, it's going to go into the fantasy draft. When I start that franchise up and set it for fantasy draft, it's going to go right into the fantasy draft. And because every team has to pick at least 54 players, between 54 to 56 players, this is going to be a long draft. This is not going to be like your standard off-season draft where they have 7 rounds. Nope. This is between 54 to 56 rounds because you are rebuilding the entire team. I try to set up each team so there is a fair, decent amount of good players that everybody can use and even use for backup as well. So depending on how people strategize for the draft and stuff, we will see some interesting matchups. And the team is determined by their salary cap as well. And I will explain this later when we get started and stuff on how you should draft your players and how you should set up your contracts and stuff so it doesn't affect your salary cap. because that's the biggest concern for each team. Because if they run to a point where they can't do anything with their salary cap, they have to fill out every position. That's why I'm not simulating anything. Everything has to be filled up, or otherwise they get penalized for positions that are not filled out. For the Wacky World Football League, I have 12 teams, and that's all I can make at the moment. What you're going to be doing is progressively throughout the season, you're going to scout players. I specifically chose one of the NCAA football games where you can actually scout players during the season and not during the off season. So periodically you have to check on all your players' grades. If they are failing, you have to figure out what is a good punishment for them. Should they be taken out of their game so they can get their grades up? It's going to affect your team, but you're also are concerned about their academic career. So they actually have to have their grades up as well. So, and it also depends on the school. If their academic is between a 4 and a 5, that's going to be priority. So that's going to take over the football. So the Wacky World Football League, the college league, is going to be more complicated than the professional league. So all next week, we're also going to be taking a break from Phantasy Star, The Sims, all next week, and I am showcasing as much football as I can. I will not showcase NCAA football because that is not related to the Madden series or the Tecmo series. So the PS2s, when you get from 2004 on up, they all basically look the same. So I may go and look at a few games and see how they play and stuff like that to show you the changes and stuff like that. So between 2004 all the way up to 2012 on the PS2, there's only cosmetic changes. There's usually not a lot of visual changes. Anything before 2004, there's quite a bit of visual changes between the two because I guess they utilize more of the graphics into it. So yeah, that's what we're gonna be working with. I am going to try to see if I can't scout people to take teams and stuff like that. I don't care if they pick one team from the PFL and one team from the Wacky World Football League. It doesn't matter to me how that's set up. But I at least want to try to get one person to do every team in the PFL. If not, I'm just going to have to do it with a select few people. The requirements for it, you have to have the PCSX2 emulator, and you have to have a Parsec account. Now, Parsec allows you to connect to other people online. If you have them in your friend's account, and they connect their PCSX2 to Parsec, you should be able to find them online, and then you can engage to it. Now, you should try to have the games with your PCSX2. For the simple fact is, I don't know how the Parsec does it or not, but I would keep them in case. And you also should have controllers 2 through 6 all mapped out, because you do not know what controller you're going to be synced to as you jump in. If you're the second person, you got the second controller. If you're the third person, you got the third controller. So that's how that works. They all have to be mapped up to your controller. Whatever controller you use, whatever controller the PCSX2 is compatible for. The PCX2, the PCSX2, I know is compatible for the Xbox 360 controller. It should be compatible for the PS3 controller. Yes, this is a lot of information. I am not entirely sure if it's fully compatible with the Switch. I have tried it with the Switch. The only problem I had is it doesn't recognize the joysticks that well, which is also a problem, because if it only goes into a cross, you have your angles that it does not recognize. So let's talk about Ace Attorney now. We'll talk about more about the football next week, which I do want to try to get Riptor someday when he's not busy to test out Parsec with me to see how that works. And we'll have to figure out a day to get that set up. So, anybody remember what happened last week? Okay. Let me pull up a guide. This is not where I want to be. So basically, if you can't remember, I'm going to tell you that we left off at a very big cliffhanger. Di, do you remember what happened last week? Gant wanted to have her dispose the body, basically, just a short explanation I can do. Okay, so we did find out that Damon Gant may in fact be the killer, and he had his body put in the back of Miles Edgeworth's car. Miles Edgeworth drove it back to the prosecution office parking lot, and that's where Lana Skye did her business. So that's what we found out last week. Now the key point is trying to prove it here as evidence. So there's also something else that we did end up finding. We did end up finding some concealed evidence from SL9 that was locked in a safe in Damon Gant's office. And one of them was one piece of the unstable pot that we have. And then we have a piece of leather that has Emma Skye's fingerprints. And was Phoenix Wright upset about that? All Phoenix Wright is doing is his job. And when his client is not being faithful to him, he gets upset. This is proof that he cares for his clients. Because no matter what the evidence throws at him, he still believes in his clients till the very end. He won't be very happy if they cross him. But he will still fight for them till the very end, until a truth is revealed. So this comes to the last part of the trial. February 25th, 9:47 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. This is the defendant lobby, all right. But there's no defendant. Where do you think the defendant's at? I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Di, who's speaking? Take a wild guess on who's speaking. This is still Rise from the Ashes. This is actually the last part, but welcome, Rockman. And we're without a defendant. We're without Emma Sky. I just asked Di who she thinks this is. There's only one person it can possibly be. No, it's not a she. Well, Emma Sky's not here either. Both Lana and Emma aren't here. Well, no, I don't think it's Gumshoe. Well, let's figure out who it is. Edgeworth! Gant? No, not Gant. But this was probably one of your guesses anyways, right? Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 7777777 ID number is, that is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If the number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True. Not yet. I played that about a couple of years ago. I'm not the biggest fan of the sequel. Resolve didn't have any new thing into it. The story was okay. I didn't have any problems with the story. It's just that every Ace Attorney game that I've played all had new features into it. It all had new ways to evaluate the evidence, to manipulate the not manipulate, to figure out testimonies and stuff like that. Resolve had none of that. It was basically a mirrored copy of the first one, which my understanding is Resolve is everything that was cut out of the first one just made into a sequel, which dampened the entire game itself, which ruined any new things that they wanted to put into the game. It's just cut content from the first one, just made into a sequel. There isn't even really much new music that was put into Resolve either. So, in any event, once all doubt has been removed from the list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, right? And Chief Prosecutor Sky will be found guilty. Yeah, I understand that. But it is sad that Resolve did not get the treatment that it should have had, that most of the other Ace Attorney games did. Despite Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice not being heavily liked by the community, it still brought in some new elements into the game. Both of them did, actually. And that's why I like the Ace Attorney games. The Miles Edgeworth games. It has new elements into the game that is not in any other Ace Attorney games. Even Prosecutor's Path was different. There was new elements into it that was not in the first one. You actually had a chess logic. I think that was what it's called. You had that was introduced in Prosecutor's Path that wasn't in the first one, which made the game good. I enjoyed it. Apollo Justice wasn't well received either, but it had stuff that wasn't in any other Ace Attorney game. So you're going to probably argue with me that Justice for All and Trials and Tribulations were pretty much the same and stuff. But they changed up what the Cyclops reacted in Trials and Tribulation. They increased the difficulty. They gave you more options to use for the Cyclops. That changed it from Justice for All. So, sorry for spoiling it for you, Di. We're going to get Cyclops in the next game. But she didn't do it. I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. I can see where everybody's going with that. I'm not a big fan of the music in Justice for All. The story's okay. I do like some of the cases. I've told everybody this, every Ace Attorney game that I've played, the last case is usually the best one. In this situation, Rise from the Ashes is an added case, which doesn't really follow the formula that most Ace Attorney games are like. But Turnabout Goodbye is my favorite out of this one. The last case from Justice for All I really enjoyed. The last case of Trials and Tribulation I actually really enjoyed. Apollo Justice, I I can understand where they were going with the last case on there, but out of all the other cases and stuff, it still was better than the other three. Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice is the same way. I did not classify as DLC cases of the last one, they were just added. So the original last case for the games itself, I actually enjoyed. Same with the Miles Edgeworth game. I enjoyed the last cases because they were basically the first cases that they worked with to see where they were going to go with the game and stuff before they created the other episodes in the game. So basically the last case was their focal point on how they were going to draw this game up. This is technically the first case that they did for Apollo Justice, because every case in Apollo Justice went in order. So if you think about Ace Attorney, this was the first game that introduced Apollo Justice. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth? Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of that trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. Don't think about it. See you in court, right? God, I spent almost a half an hour on this. And I haven't even waited in the courtroom yet. This is it. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now. February 25th, 10 o'clock a.m., District Court, Courtroom number 9. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lorna Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, Edgy. Been back to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. That's a good one. Don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? Lana? That is to say, the defendant has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. What's this all about, defendant? I'd just like to make one special request and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? I confess to all the charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. No, Lana! Objection! You can't! Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your service. But Lana! Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please. Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. The request is legally valid. Although, this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial. Even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise, this can't be happening. It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant.
Objection!
One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth, the prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut? I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. What? Certainly another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal. Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh? To whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Ms. Emma Side. I request the court hear her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to I don't care what you think, Miss Guy. Okay. Truly, as his superior, he's actually taking charge of this case. The exposure of truth is sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eye from it. Very well, the court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant? Worthy? You'll have to regret this. You'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Miss Emma Sky, please take the stand. We'll figure out who's marking whose words here. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins, figuratively speaking. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma Sky. My occupation is Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is that correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about it, though. I'm sorry. But I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Well, okay then. You need to know how relevant the case really is. He sure get him in fast. Now, please Please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination. Okay, Di. I see one evidence or one piece of testimony that can, in fact, be pressed. Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on dark. Just then, the lights went out. Lights? It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible thunderstorm going on and lightning struck nearby. So the electricity went out. Wait a minute. If it wasn't pitch black in the room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? Right, but just then lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind. I see. I told the detective about what I saw then. The detective? Yeah, Detective Goodman. He's in charge of the case. Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago? Yes. That's what's so scary about this trial. And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw? Yes, but at the time, the words just couldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. Yes, I think she mentioned that before. Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough? This picture the witness drew, I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony? Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor. I drew a picture of the scene once. It seems to have been lost. First of all, before we go anywhere, let's take a look at evidence. They mentioned the evidence list, so that's not the evidence list. This is the evidence list. So this is the evidence list at hand. Oh wow, what do we have here? A picture is drawn on the back of the evidence list in magic marker. Got a very bad feeling about this. Alright, you still want to press after I just showed you what that is. You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right? Yes, I wanted to do everything I could to help the investigation. I can still see it now. Whenever I close my eyes. That's strange. I took over the case after Prosecutor Marshall died. Yet, I never received any picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken. I drew it, I swear. I'm not just imagining it. There's a picture that I haven't drew. Never mind. Guess I should check the evidence again. Well, anyways, let's continue. The scene that imprinted an image in your mind. Can you please describe it to us? Man. Alright. That's getting picked up on my microphone, so... I showed you where the picture was. So, basically, it's on the back of the evidence list. So, we do have evidence of it.
Objection!
Mr. Edgeworth. This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence? Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for this case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold, the evidence list from the SL9 incident. Please turn it over, Your Honor. Ah! What is this? Yes, what is this? Hey, that's it. That's the picture I drew. See, two men appear to be wrestling here. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to this list. Oh. These lists, they're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks were here, where they were torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you. What? What? Order, order. But Miss Sky, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list? because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor. Are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. Yes, that's quite conceivable. Mr. Edgeworth. It's possible. Let's see. Something wrong? Do you even have to ask? Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing. That thing? That thing? That thing that was dancing in the evidence room. Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief and detective. I guess he was out of scrap paper. No, this is gonna give us a clue. This face. Evidence list restored and updated into the court record. Very well, witness. Will you please testify about this drawing you drew 2 years ago? Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor. So, let's take a look at this picture. So, Di, do you have any thoughts? Do you think it goes together? Yes, this thing again. What's wrong with Emma? She seems to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture. Emma's picture. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. Let's see. This one we don't really have to press any statements. To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Does it? Are you certain about that? The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Sorry for asking you so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course, this is the exact scene. It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives. Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. I'd better watch out, or we might find some way to cut my salary. I drew this picture before I heard anything about the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me. Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture? Huh? Oh, well, that's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind, and yet there's clearly a contradiction here. Yes, there is a big contradiction, so that is your big clue. Let's go to statement 4. Alright. So, they've already given you a massive clue with that statement. So, looking at this picture here, what's wrong with it? Because if Neil Marshall was indeed murdered, what's wrong with it? Yes, it's supposed to be a knife, but what's the wrong with it? Well, you're partly correct. So the knife that's drawn in the picture doesn't have a tip. And if that was used to kill Neil Marshall, it contradicts a piece of evidence. So we're gonna take a look at this picture, and you see what you see there. Keep in mind. So we see this here. There's no tip on that. Let's take a look at this. There's no tip on this. And if this is supposed to be Joe Dark's knife, this knife here should have had a tip. So we do have the tip here somewhere. So, name of deceased, Neil Marshall, 27 male, date of birth, or date and time of death, February 9th, between 7 p.m. and 7:30 p.m., cause of death, single stab wound, piercing heart, lung. assessment died from blood loss in under 10 minutes. Weapon found in wound was missing tip, which we've learned that it was a fabrication. Well, that is a similarity to this, okay? Because Joe Dark's knife tip has been broken off. And it's assumed that it broke it off while stabbing Neil Marshall, as it states in the autopsy report. The autopsy report is the only thing you can go by at the moment. But the picture insinuates that the tip was already missing.
Objection!
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? I think somebody's knocking on our door. But I still remember it just like it was yesterday, Mr. Wright. Perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of the picture contradicts this? So, we're going to go with this, right?
Take that!
The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken. Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright. But, Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See, the murder weapon, its tip is broken too. If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body. It was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. Yeah, but we found out that to be a fabrication. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma.
Objection!
And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon could not have been broken yet. What's the meaning of this?
Objection!
Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand?
Objection!
Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there. That's right. What does this mean? The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness' memory is mistaken.
Objection!
That's why I asked her so many times that she was sure that she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at that this time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no way to explain this inconsistency.
Objection!
Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already about a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, right? All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. Ah! Order, order, order! Are you implying the investigation really was corrupted? Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Neil Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story there's a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. That's true, and there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. Yes, it could not have been the murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being two broken knives? The chances are a lot more closer than you think, Judge. Another broken knife besides Joe Dark. Could there have been one? No, she is definitely not mistaken. She's clearly not mistaken in her testimony. And here's why. If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by a simple observational error. Mr. Wright. In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume then that you have some information about this other broken knife. So, please feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. I showed you this earlier, and I told you to remember it. Do you see it? And by seeing this, this is going to change your perspective of the scene that Emma witnessed. No, not the vase. Look harder. The other knife would be the piece in the trophy.
Take that!
The answer lies in the past, 2 years ago in the past. Right here, inside this picture. This is a picture of the award ceremony. Ah! What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon! Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding. Nope. That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife is the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. Order, order, order! Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in his dangerous situation.
Objection!
But that can't be. Oh? And why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. Oh! Actually, we should have realized that long before. But the prosecutor was the one who actually died. Oh, that's true. What's going on here? Well, this is all fabrication, so of course our perception of reality is going to be different. It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Wait! I remember now. I remember everything. Witness? Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, what is it? Could you show me your evidence list again, please? Or his list? The one with the pictures scribbled on the back? I drew it. I knew it. This picture, I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. All this time I've been trying so hard to forget, I must have locked this part away deep inside me. Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you've recalled, Miss Guy? Yes, Your Honor. First the knife mix-up, and now the blue badger? This should be interesting. Emma's recollection. When I saw the man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed towards both of them. I think I knocked away the man with a knife. Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. This is certainly most unusual.
Objection!
Try impossible. The chief of detectives hasn't even designed him until this year. That would mean he didn't exist 2 years ago. Yes, well, the defense may now begin to cross him. Stop! Please! Don't pursue this any further! Lana, what's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair. But you can't do this! I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Sky? We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Silence. The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant or hold her in contempt of court. I don't care which one. It seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. Alright, before I continue, let's see what we got for this testimony. I see one statement that can be pressed. everybody's getting sick.
Hold it!
Why would you do something so dangerous? What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall. She seems convinced that Dark was the one holding the knife. But as we just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife. Well, I didn't know that at the time. When that Dark guy knocked me down, all I could think was, I've got to help the other person. Are you sure about this? Of course. See, I even drew a picture of him here. But it was the chief of detectives who thought up this hideous beast. And that was just this year. The Blue Badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable. I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had the nagging feeling that I had seen him before somewhere. Now I finally remembered. Oh, brother. Just when you thought just when you thought that thing had caused enough commotion. There's a lot of in that sentence. Tell us, where is the room? Where in the room did you see him dancing? This is the last statement, so I can't go next.
Hold it!
His shadow? So you mean you didn't actually see his face with its winning smile and all? That's right, but I still remembered it. He had the 3 creepy horns.
Objection!
This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken.
Objection!
That may be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh? I suppose you have an explanation? If so, then by all means, please tell us what this shadow really was. What was it Emma saw when the lightning flashed? Who is the Blue Badger? Really? This is going to probably blow your mind, okay? But we're going to have to go with it anyways. We don't necessarily have physical evidence. We don't have physical evidence of it, but I'll show you a trick. The Blue Badger hasn't even been dreamt up, even Emma drew this picture. Yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that on the fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the Blue Badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room. Mr. Wright! In this room? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in that instant? Please show us this mysterious Blue Badger look-alike. You probably will not know this answer because even if you try to think of anything that could have possibly be, but I will give you one big hint, it's in this picture. What do you see in this picture that could possibly resemble the blue badger? Joe Marshall, that's Neil Marshall. No, his hat's not gonna come close. Besides, we don't even have his hat in the evidence. But we do have something that is in evidence. So this is going to literally confuse you. You were probably thinking Jake Marshall. You were also probably thinking of Joe Dark, and then probably was trying to think the brother and got Joe Dark mixed up with Neil Marshall. Yes, you'll figure out. You'll see how. The mysterious blue badger was in fact this. But that's what exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of jar. We can all see that it's some sort of jar. But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger. Indeed, it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint? Our viewpoint? Got to show the correct angle of this. Okay, so this is literally... This, I always get it wrong the first time around. Perceptively, it looks kind of different from the one they have pictured in the DS. The DS actually had a massive change to it. So, I'm gonna rotate this so it's upside right, so that visually it can be seen as the blue badger. You see it now? I figured you probably would. So, like I said, when I do this, I normally get it wrong the first time.
Take that!
This isn't right. I've got to make it look more like the blue badger.
Objection!
Allow me to remind the defense its case hinges on the witness's drawing. If Mr. Wright can't match the shape the witness drew, we can't accept his claim. I've got to find just the right angle. Maybe I should rotate it vertically a bit more, or horizontally. Come on, Mr. Wright, you can do it. Nope, not losing a single frame. It's all on your end. See, it's very touchy on how they want this done.
Take that!
There we go. Well, is this a miracle or what? No one can possibly deny this jar resembles the blue badger. No! It can't be! Order, order! The defense has proven its claim. Well, yeah, of course. The mysterious blue badger witness on the day of the crime was actually this.
Objection!
Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? So that badger thing was actually just a joke. That doesn't change anything.
Objection!
I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed? Well, very well then. Please tell us. What's different now that we know the witness saw this jar? This is the answers are a trick question, so go ahead and pick one die. You want to go with murder weapon? Okay, we're going to choose murder weapon. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yeah, we're not going to let that drop. We definitely got to change that plot. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of the jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gant.
Objection!
But the body was found lying on Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself.
Objection!
Yes, and it is these two facts that reveals what exactly transpired. You see, the struggle between Stark and Marshall did not take place on Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room in Chief Gant's office.
Objection!
Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The logical conclusion is that there was a reason. You know what the reason was, Mr. Wright? I finally figured it out. So, this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. Too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have to have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more, if the man was knocked into the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit? Ah! The suit of armor! Holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword. Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Yes, there's another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility? Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nonetheless, I don't know if I can go through with this. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Sky knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall, you mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No! I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So, it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented. Precedented. That is a tough word. Still hard to say. What? What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Guy, but given the circumstances, Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you want to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't. Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this without evidence. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incidents are dead. We certainly can't get dead people to testify. Well, we could, but Maya's not with us. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Touché, Miss Wright. Or Sky. Of course, That only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another possibility? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. In one manner or another, that's impossible. Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist? Gotta think back to the court record. The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind. This message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? Do not be mistaken, Miss Guy. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek: the truth. No matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased. You know what it is? No, that is not a message from the deceased. So we cannot even use the fingerprints at this point because we have nothing to go by this here. We don't even know what this piece of cloth is yet. So we can't use the fingerprints to help us. This is the message left by the deceased. This is the Blue Badger from before, right? Oh, is he going to speak the killer's name? If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Looks like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. A message was left here, on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see faint traces of blood on this jar. It looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice. For some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. Yes, there is a line here, drawn in blood. So, what are you saying? Is these dots were once lines? Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. Or did he? One, that's someone apparently wiped away, but blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed direction. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent. No. Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us? Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal us the answer. I've got to connect these dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim would have written, given the circumstances. His murderer's name. It's the defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. So, this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. Of all people. She may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Sky. See, Worthy? Can't say I didn't warn you. Chief Kent, do you understand the implications of what you've done? What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Back! Yes, Worthy. Because of you, the innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction.
Objection!
But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know we aren't defenders of justice? What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter, even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Though, if this case actually had to have happened here in the States, they would look at all the evidence, all of his victims, regardless on how his last victim, presumed his last victim turned out. He would have been charged for all the other murders anyways and still be sentenced to death. So he technically would not be considered an innocent man. If there is some trickery or forgery in with the last victim, and it is proved that the prosecution was not behind it, they would have to look at the police department. Because if he was handed the evidence by the police department and they were forged by the police department would initially be in trouble. Not the prosecution. Because if the prosecution finds out that they're forged, he can basically tell the judge and says, I was unaware that these evidence was forged, Your Honor. And I was not given any notary or conclusive documentation that any of this was forged. He can go away scot-free because he doesn't have any evidence to prove that they were forged. Well, if the documentation were also forged as well, then there would be no way to find out. Not unless another medical examiner looked at all the evidence to find out that the documentation was forged. But in that situation, the prosecution would not be accountable for all that. Well, no, because if he still wasn't aware, he would not be accounted for it. The police department would be. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. Of course, this is based upon Japan's law. Order! 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 The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. Okay. Thoughts? Concerns? Questions? Criticisms? Not really, but confusing again. Okay, what's confusing about it right now? So we're getting more answers, but you apparently have a lot of questions because you're confused. Well, keep your thought. Keep onto your thought like that, okay? Because we'll get into it a lot more. So we have discovered that Joe Dark is not responsible for Neil Marshall. Based on what the evidence that we have right now, who is responsible for Neil Marshall's death? Which we'll be able to figure out more later as we find out more evidence. Yes, Emma. Although we still have a few pieces of evidence that has not, well, actually we have the one, because we just acknowledged the one piece that was fabricated. Well, it wasn't fabricated, it was concealed. The evidence wasn't fabricated. So it was concealed, and we glued it to the jar anyways, which happens to be the blue badger that Emma Sky saw prior to this case. So MAYA for Maya. So, Turnabout Sisters, you're thinking of that. Mia was murdered by the head of Blue Corpse Red White. Yeah, Maya. I can see where the confusion's going with that one for the names, because Mia's is MIA. You'll get it. Don't worry. But yeah. So Maya was accused of murdering her sister, and in this situation, Emma was accused of murdering Neil Marshall. And you're thinking you're going to probably be on the right track with your thinking here, but I won't spoil anything yet. February 25th, 1206, District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2. Sorry, Edworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe? What is it? You've got a lot of nerve, pal. Making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, you called me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. I take it Lana's having you run errands again? Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give this to you if there was a break in today's trial. Evidence law. Edward was talking about this just the other day. You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Is that right, Mr. Wright? Seems so. You could at least study more evidence law, really. Chief prosecutor always wanted me to give you a message. Message? He said, if you're planning to take him on, you're going to need this book. Him. I guess I need to give this book a thorough read. Evidence law book slipped into the pocket. Don't look like the book will do you any good, no. Well, before we continue, why don't we take a look at it? Let's see, evidence law. Rules of submitting evidence. Rule 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. While Rule 2, we have not really stated much at all in this case, which means unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Take some notes, Di. We're going to get back to Rule 2. Okay? Remember what Rule 2 says. You understand what Rule 2 says, right? Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, detective. Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in the prosecutor's seat? Well, we still have a piece of evidence that still has not been acknowledged yet. And we can't use it until there is relevancy. Despite all the allegations being thrown at me, Mr. Edgeworth, the real trial today hasn't begun yet. What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been but ruined with this forged evidence you weren't aware of. Emma Sky found out she unwillingly caused a man's death. And now you're telling me you want to do more? You've got to be kidding me, pal! This is Rise from the Ashes. Welcome in, Sam. You're missing the point, Detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? And we're going to expose him, no matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. February 25th, 12:52, District Court, courtroom number 9. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. The court committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Thank you for the news, Your Honor. Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness. But, this isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have, struck a bargain? You think I may have manipulated the witnesses? I didn't say that! It's just, you see, everyone has been talking and... Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. A solution? That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses. What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing. Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. See, here in the U.S., the defense will normally be able to have a chance to present their case, present their evidence, present their witnesses. So, they will perform the direct on their end, while the prosecution will cross-examine every defense attorney witnesses. And then, of course, the defense can rebuttal. And then the prosecution can recross if they need to. The process keeps going on and on and on. Here they simplified it very much so. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. Then it's settled. The defense may now call forth the next witness. Mr. Wright, do you realize this is your last chance? If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. The defense calls. This time finally comes to bring out the real murderer. Alright, calling out witnesses does strike you as a penalty, but you do have the option to pick one person. You're gonna pick Gant. I had a feeling.
Take that!
Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand. Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything? As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? True. All right, bailiff. Please escort Mr. Gant to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this? Some kind of practical joke? You know, even though you're the chief of police, you are required by law to state your name and occupation. You're in a court of law. You need to follow that. Because you can also be prosecuted by the bar. I was just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy? Are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, eh? Well, please, Mr. Gant. Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, righto! What's with the grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean the time when Lana's sister murdered the prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been pretty clear already. There are still some things unaccounted for. Oh? Like what? Like the role you played in all of this. Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Sure. Take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true? I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify. Of course, such an action carries with it certain risk. Don't worry. I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Very well. The witness may now begin his testimony. But remember what Edgeworth just said. It could backfire on him. SL9 incident. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. The power outage didn't happen either. The power outage didn't happen? What was with the blackout? When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently she had already arranged the crime. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Is that when Dark was arrested? Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Dark bumped his head. I see, everything seems pretty clear-cut. If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, then I'd better hit him hard and fast. We don't have to press any statements. Hey there, Goku. It wasn't the fact that it wasn't working. It was not set up to restream bot. So what ended up happening is I ended up having to cancel that one because I had them all pre-scheduled and they have to be assigned to restream bot. I've been pretty good so far. I've just been busy. Almost finished with... I've got all the teams made. I just gotta wait for people to sign up to the PFL and the WWFL. How can you know that? Because of the victim's body. It had already been moved. So that means you found the body near Lana's desk. That's right. I think you said earlier it was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor. Yes. Anyway. Goku, if you want to help out, you can see if there's anybody that'd be interested into it. So are you saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office? That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt, but moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable, so no matter what the circumstances. Is that how it really went down? Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at anything, you're better off staring at the court record. Worthy, always a smooth talker. But which piece of evidence ties in to forgery? Lana did admit to forging evidence, but that can't be the whole truth. Somehow I've got to link Jan to the incident. Okay. You don't have to press any more statements. So, there is one statement that you can present evidence. From what I see is, you can actually, there are two evidence that you can use. Okay. So, your keyword in this statement is forgery. So, think of evidence in our evidence list that has proven to be a forgery. No. The knife isn't forged. It's just proven not to be a murder weapon. There's nothing about the knife that is forged. It was used in a serial killing. This section might help you out. The photo's not going to help us because there's nothing in the photo that's forged. But there are two things that are here that can, in fact, be listed as forgeries. We can't use the cloth yet because we don't have anything yet to associate with the cloth. You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery? But I'm afraid that's a claim you can't back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example. That's the blue badger you showed us earlier. A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but this evidence list I presented earlier, that would be the other one you could have used. Was actually found inside your desk. It was found where? You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation. Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this? Oh, here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admit to it then? That you were involved in the forgery? Who, me? You mean you? Me? Why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Righto?
Objection!
However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, the detective will receive his due punishment. What? If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work. Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding the pieces of evidence found in your office and their relations to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. Evidence in forgery. Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd partake in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor? When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I'm the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Oh. Despite this face, Phoenix Wright still remains calm about the situation. Indeed, I believe I will press charges. See, you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. Alright, Aji. In return, though. I know. That place, right? Huh? What are these guys? What are these guys? Telepathic? Evidence and forgery. Okay, we don't have to worry about pressing one Really, Chief Camp? At the very least, there is one very large benefit you reaped from all this. Oh? I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That would, of course, be the position you have, Chief of Police. Oh. The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to chief. That in itself is sufficient motive. Oh, that's a good one. Huh? Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes, he was going to be made chief anyway. Gah! Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. You didn't do it for yourself, and you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. Or do I? There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. Remember the movie? There. It's out in the open now. Well, the law looks at things a little differently because, yes, they all have to follow the law and stuff like that because they're not above the law and stuff like that. But we're talking about Japan here. Aji, would you mind if I change my testimony a little? By all means, please do. I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. Nothing in it for you? Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. Another great movie. That girl? Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again. You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. Oh, that's a good one, Worthy. Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? Actually, yes. Think about it. Think about it. True, you might not help out anyone for their sake, but if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. That's not what I mean. Very well then. Who is the person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence? There's only one answer for this one. Nope. Gant doesn't even remember who Star is. At this point, Gant does not remember who Star is at all. Goodman's dead. So he cannot do anything to help Goodman. No, because Marshall is trying to figure out who forged the evidence. Yeah, you're overthinking this again. But it is going to be Lana Skye. And it makes a lot of sense. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye? The defendant? I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Sky fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Sky was appointed chief prosecutor at the chief prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job was you, Chief Gant. But how would he profit from all of this? He would be able to use the chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. You mean to tell me, despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? Di's probably sitting in her seat looking at that and says, "Come on, Judge, you have a brain." Oh, wait! You must mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding. Admit it, Chief. You assigned Lana Sky in forging evidence. Your motive to appoint her as chief prosecutor so you could control her. Right, oh my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? Lana? She keeps quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant. I'm afraid without any proof, this is all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless, that is also what's happening in this incident. This incident? Which one would that be? Of course I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy, you better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Just what do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. What? How many times have all these characters act like roosters? Order, order, order! I said order! Mr. Wright, you can't be serious. Cock-a-doodle-doo, Your Honor? This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder? That's impossible! Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edwards said in easy to understand language. Too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. Looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? that the chief, a high-ranked officer of law, is involved in this murder? Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence would tell. Let's see. Alright then. Let's hear what Mr. Wright's got. And it better be good. Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. Alright, let's see what we got here. Well, you should know this answer. No, because this knife he can't physically use because it was in Edward's car. Unfortunately, you can't pin him on this knife because he wears gloves. So, the knife is not going to help you at all in this situation. But there is one thing that can help you. Now you're thinking. This is the ID card list. Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on that list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 777777. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my number. My card number. That's your number. What? How do you know that? The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code. 7 digits? You don't mean... I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 77777777. That means, as the remaining ID card number on this list, Chief Gant. You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Order! Order! Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense's search of my office was in violation of regulations. And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to a maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card. Chief Gant, so you admit it? You went to the evidence room on the day of the crime? What about it? I'm chief of police. Whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom. What's the difference? I can go wherever I want. Tell me. When you entered the room, were you alone? I would go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't happen to be with you on that day? With you that day, would he? Oh, of course not. Why would he be? I haven't seen him in days.
Objection!
You haven't seen him in days? Chief Gant, I'm afraid you've undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt.
Objection!
No, it's not. No, it isn't, Your Honor. The trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime. Well, we already know this answer. Right, Di? We know this answer. No. Well, it's related. It's related to his ID, but yes. Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filed out a lost item report. He would have to give that report to the chief of police. Yet, you are in possession of the report. Which means you can't be sure if he filed it. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to, yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh. Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him? There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Hold on. Let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman. Exactly. But wait. Chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort.
Objection!
Sorry, but that's impossible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yes, you showed us your ID card earlier. You had really lent it to Detective Goodman? It would have been found on his body. No! You can't. You didn't. Murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course.
Objection!
You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office's parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, you know. And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you! Take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. She can't. You left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time, I thought it was a useless clue, just taking up space. How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence. To move the victim's body, Chief Gant would use this. This one's going to confuse you a little bit. But I explained this already before, how the body was moved. While we're not thinking about how he moved the body, we're going to turn our logic around and say, what did he use to move the body? Okay. We're going to go through them. Now, there's one piece of evidence that has to spark you as odd because it's never been mentioned in the courtroom. So far, I've just went by it already. Now you gotta figure out which one I went by.
Take that!
This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body. What's that? A screwdriver? But what does this have to do with this case? Mr. Edwards, think back to the day of the crime. What is this screwdriver doing here? It's here because... Ah! I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbing, I brought this back here. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office. But you did, because Chief Gant asked you to. You mean the body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edwards' car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edwards' car? Yes. Unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you ask Mr. Edwards to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. Transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye. Order, order, order. What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusation? Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed into the trunk being taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It is a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gant, please, say something. I believe your time's up. My time's up? Sorry, Bredo, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General. After this, we have to get going if we're to make it in time for the early bird special.
Objection!
But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier. The police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? That is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered.
Objection!
So you're going to just run away after all of this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you have any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, I think I had You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Tim Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusation against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright, Your Honor, do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Guy dispose of his body? Do I have any concrete proof? This is going to really confuse you. So, one answer is going to be a mistake. It's going to troll you. So think about that first. Like I said, you're going to be trolled. If I pick that answer, you're going to definitely be trolled. So, in the moment, we're going to have to say we don't have any proof. Because we definitely don't have any evidence to prove that he was there. Despite every single evidence that we have right now can prove him otherwise. But as of the situation right now, we can't. There's no use showing evidence I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence. COG? In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief. What? Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, Righto. Seems that Lady Luck is on my side again today. Was she? Okay, Edgy. I'll leave the rest to you. I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency. What?
Objection!
Lady Luck, Maybe we should have a word with her. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. A lady who knows the truth. Another witness. In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else. One more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room. Mr. Edgeworth, who's this person? Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today. Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist? She may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forth. Who do we call? And no, we're not calling the Ghostbusters.
Take that!
The defendant? Miss Lana Sky? She was at the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. at February 21st. Her task, to dispose of the victim's body in accordance with a certain someone's order. Mr. Edgeworth. Prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Very well, the court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. Hold on. You can't. I thought you were going to eat. This is good, Lana. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but do you accept Mr. Wright's claims? There will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. Ah! This isn't good. Of course, never support such outrageous claims anyways, right? Just something to think about. Alright then. Got a lunch date to meet. Well, isn't that suspicious? Yes, Judge, think about it. Think about what he just said, because that's a threat, which is illegal and a crime in itself. Okay, if there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess. February 25th, 2:04 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah. Well, thanks to your help, Edgeworth. That chief. He's something else, eh, pal? That's a gumshoe. I'm not a detective anymore. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Don't worry. I've already decided to work. Where to work now? At your office. My office? Sure. I'll take the place of that top-notch girl you used to work with. Could he mean Maya? Still, looks like we're all out of mood now. He can't have done it again. How is it he always gets the upper hand? It's not fair he has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, Ray. Remember what the judge said. But Chief, that is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. Risk? What do you mean by that? It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. I mean, he forfeits his right to say anything too. Emma, are you okay? Yeah. When I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery, so she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved. Relieved? Yeah. Now I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. She did it all just to protect me. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor. Everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside. To force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do. That must be why she became so cold. It was not my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. Hey! Don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal. He can't be able to fool everyone else for this forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. I see. Well, we better get back. It's time for the final act. Emma, why don't you wait? No! I'm going with you. I want to be there when Lana tells the truth. Let's go, Wright. It's time to end this. Okay. We are at the very last part of this. All right. Questions? Comments, concerns, criticisms? Well, the confusion part should... This is the last of it, yes. This will be the final bit. So, has the confusion part been exercised? Are you still confused? you're still confused, your confusion will be resolved in this last part here. Well, I know who did it for a while now. It's just the process is confusing. I know we have to go through all this convoluted mess, but you know, it's how the game wants us to play it. It's the rules that we have to follow, and we have no other choice into it. So, February 25th, 2:21 p.m., District Court, Courtroom number 9. Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, please take the stand? Miss Lana Sky, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years. Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Sky. Remember, you are under oath. You want to hear the truth. Court, this is the truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant. Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant. Gant and the fabrication. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I arranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Stark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. Are you sure about this testimony? Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure. But Lana! If this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this. That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. But what if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my sister. It's really like she's reading his mind. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. Yeah, this is no time to start second guessing myself. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Okay. Okay, it looks like we only have to press one statement. Okay. But think about it, Miss Guy. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail. You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you can't present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And did you do so to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. What a... So that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago. You say you did this all by yourself? Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck into the victim's body. What? Well, Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamt was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. We already know she's lying about this. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement. You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark? Something like that. If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Joe Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. That was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover it up. Cover up her lies with more lies. All to protect me. So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to. Yes. I broke out the tip of Joe Dark's knife and planted it inside the wound, and moved the body. You planted the tip of Joe Dark's knife in the victim's body, and then you moved the body? But why? Why did you do that? You of all people should know, Mr. Edward. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of the others. When you showed up onto the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was at G-Can's desk. But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for this is simple. Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason this guy moved the body. The piece of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. So that should already give you a clue, that statement. Pieces of the jar? You mean... Yes. That wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Star committed the crime, I felt it would be more expended to move the body. So, when you found the body, the jar was already, of course, it had been shattered to pieces. If you look at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead, and Stark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during the struggle. Let's see. What's the matter, Emma? Apparently, the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed. But I have a feeling there is more to it than that. There must be a contradiction here somewhere. Anyways, I committed this fabrication completely alone. So you arranged the crime scene. Are you sure you didn't do this to keep Emma from looking like the murderer? How many times do I have to tell you, Mr. Wright? Emma didn't do it. Period. Are you so desperate to hide that fact? You're willing to risk the death sentence? She's lying. She did it so I wouldn't be blamed for what happened. In any case, as a prosecutor, what I've done is unpardonable. There's nothing I can do to make up for my actions. Mr. Wright, my sister is lying. Looks like she's determined to protect you to the end. She insists you fabricated the evidence by herself. There's no way she would have done it alone. Got to get Lana to talk to me more. If she's lying, then she's bound to slip up and make a contradiction. Well, she did. We have it. We have that statement. She did slip up, and this is the statement. Now it's your choice. Now it's your job to figure out what. Miss Skye, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered? If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I'm compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction with your testimony. Contradiction in my testimony? You testified, and I quoted, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right. Do you have a problem with that? That's cool. It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moment. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. Order, order! Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regards to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical? Chief Prosecutor, seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we're heading. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. Very well. The witness may now continue her testimony. Jar and message in blood. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room and I couldn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood? I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Jark was the real murderer? That's why she tried to erase the real evidence. Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Okay. We technically do not have to press any statements. Okay. I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened. What do you mean? If you really thought Dark killed Prosecutor Marshall, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood. What else could I have done in this situation? Lana only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up the pieces. But how could you see with the power out? It should have been pitch black in that office. The detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now I carry a pocket light with and a camera with me. Even I carry a bottle of emergency luminol wherever I go. I never miss anything. I got every last piece. Did she now? So you illegally rearranged the crime scene? Yes, I don't have any excuse for my actions. So so sorry, Lana. I didn't know. I've treated you so badly all this time. It's not too late. There's still plenty of time to make up. After we've got to the bottom of this situation, no doubt that this day will leave a permanent stain on this history of the prosecutor's office. More contradictions have surfaced in her testimony. Your sister is really putting up a fight. She must really care about you. Still, she's not doing this the right way. I think I finally figured out the contradiction in her testimony. There's some final possibility that might turn everything around. Okay, so there is a part of her testimony that actually stands out. And when you pressed it, she immediately said that she got all of the pieces. But we know that's not true. Which statement, do you remember what that statement was? Yeah, that would be the statement that she said she got all the pieces, but we know that is wrong. And what evidence proves that? Okay, I went through them all for you. Miss Guy, I believe this jar concealed the truth even you were unaware of. What? We found this piece of the jar in Chief Gant's safe. In the chief's safe? But how? I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about the final piece. There was still blood on it. But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of them. Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you. But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece?
Objection!
I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. that may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Huh, can you believe it? Have you forgotten, Your Honor? Your teeth, I mean. When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. God damn, I didn't even know you had dentures. Oh, that. Well, yeah, I've worn dentures for about 10 years now. Sorry about that. There's no way a name could have been mistaken on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. I hope you're not implying that this person was Chief Gant. At the time he was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, even if he was there first. The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide the fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that? No! Wait, I'm not the one on trial here. Dan again arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposefully hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called? Fabrication of evidence. Why would Chief Gant do that? In light of what happened afterward, isn't it clear? What happened afterward? Discovering the scene, Lana Skye discovered her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark. Burying Emma threatened, and therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became the chief's puppet. You saw blood fly. No, I did it on my own. Please, stop trying to protect the chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't! It wasn't you, Emma! You didn't kill anyone! Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client. I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth. Wait a moment. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap? Something wrong, Mr. Wright? Lana, maybe right after all. What do you mean, right? So you do tell foul lies, eh, Mr. Wright? Miss Skye, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Skye, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will, if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw. Alright, the witness may testify once more for the final time. Actual crime scene. When I I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on the suit of armor's sword. Emma and Stark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I said she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I asked if she can't help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent. Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armorer's sword. You were the one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. What? To me? It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. But I don't remember receiving a picture like that. Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright? She really does have faith in you. Very well, Mr. Edwards. Please present this picture. I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana. Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right? I seem to remember getting something from her then. Let's check the evidence again. There must be a picture in there somewhere. Alright. What do you think what do you think you have in mind? It would be a book. Hey! There's a picture here. Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this. Because I contacted criminal affairs only after I'd rearranged everything. Lana's picture inserted into the court record. Mr. Wright, that piece of cutout from his vest, could that be cost we found inside Chief Gant's safe? What's this? This is a handprint, isn't it? That cloth had fingerprints on it. Whoever fingerprints those are must be the real murderer. What? But those fingerprints, they're yours, Emma. Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright? Anyways, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murder. Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. I'm going to ask you this. Are you ready for this cross-examination? I suspect and I don't know. Every time you say that, it's probably confusing. You'll have to find out. When I ever... Come now, Udgy. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. You have no control on how the trials goes anyway. You can't. What? Now you want to make me out as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense.
Objection!
I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. This must be the risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back and relax. Enjoy the show with that noose tightening around your own neck. So what? You think I'm worried? That didn't look like worry. Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. But if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't, but someone does. Someone? So, what's your excuse, Righto? We're really on tread water here. So, think about what he's offering. Think about what's going to happen first, okay? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall causes his death? Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt? Is that true, Mr. Wright? If I show this piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer. Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now. And if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the board of inquiry. What do I do now? Better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present this piece of evidence? The one that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall. This is Gant we're talking about. Think about it long and hard. So your answer is determined. Okay, we're gonna explain this. If we show evidence now, we are basically falling into a trap. We're accepting Gant's offer, and we're literally making it appear that Emma Skye is the murderer. Which isn't going to look good on us. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. What? You lie! Chief Gant? You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Wright, why didn't you show them? We found it together. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. Unfortunately, how would you know this picture was taken in the beginning? Because Lana Sky didn't show it to anybody. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? Looks like part of it's been cut out. I mean, you had this in your safe? What? That means you, the chief prosecutor, or chief police, have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the goal, Righto. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. What? You mean you admit to it? I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana. So you really were manipulating her. I knew Lana. I made it look like the blame lay with her sister. Then, when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my name. So you assisted Miss Sky. Told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife in the victim's body and move the body across the road. I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I had 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind. He's already admitted to his crime, so that already puts Phoenix Wright out of investigating that safe, because he admitted to it. 2 pieces of evidence. You mean those items in your safe? But why? For insurance, of course. Insurance? I was sure my plan would work. It's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed. I mean, you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence? What do you take me for, fool? I didn't make chief police by dumb luck. See that? See this jar fragment? I had the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to wipe the blood off all the pieces. But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on the jar too? Edgeworth has a point. Edgeworth literally has a point. Oh. Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance. You mean the piece of cloth? Come on, Righto. Cough it up already. I know you have it. What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright? So you admit to it then. You can't. That you were hiding the cloth and you cut off the victim's vest in your safe. Yes, I admit. I didn't want to have to do that. Being chief and all. It's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. So let's move, Righto. Then, before It's been a long battle. But the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine. Alright. Now we're at the end game. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now. Alright, Ted, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. You already know this piece of evidence, don't you?
Take that!
Let me verify this one more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest? Oh, yes. Les, you finally brought it out into the open. There's a handprint on this piece of cloth. Your Honor, the prosecutor requests that be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather, there must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly. You mean, it could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. Oh, you're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy. What? Think about it. Rido had this all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? I mean, you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that? Well, Mr. Wright, do you really know? Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they? Very well, I'll tell you. Should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. The person to whom these fingerprints belong to is... there is no catch. You need to say Emma. You have to say Emma.
Take that!
Emma? Emma Sky? What? They're mine! I'm sorry, Emma. But why? Why didn't you tell me? Ho ho ho. You're really something, Rido. You knew this girl did it all along, and you still tried to pin the murder on me. So it's true, tragic but true. This girl really did kill Prosecutor Marshall to his death. How could you? You monster! Miss Sky, you knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't. Miss Sky, it's not over yet. What? I said this trial isn't over yet. Ha! But I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, your career too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. Have you noticed how calm Phoenix is right now? Very calm. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer? Before I do that, there's just one thing I have to clear up. Oh, and what's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? What? Chief Kent, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? It was Emma's guy, wasn't it? I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about? I'm talking about a contradiction. One that proves who the real killer is. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth, what could it possibly contradict? It can't. You tiring the cold region. Reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this piece of cloth. And we were given this piece of evidence already. What exactly is this supposed to be? This is the picture Miss Guy took. Take a look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out? Yes, it sure is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all that blood on his vest, though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lung, no doubt, was punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth. Oh, what's this cloth? Wait, there's no blood on it. Exactly. Ugh. Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at the time. No! This is nonsense! Now then, Chief Camp, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Sky? Picked up the unconscious prosecutor and impaled him on the armor's sword. Then, to make it look like Emmett was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue and make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admit only moments ago, that you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest. Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer. No! It's finally over. Oh, that was close, Rhino. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations. What do you mean you refute his allegations? You see, this piece of cloth, it is illegal evidence. Order! What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Oji? Earlier, old Roido here concealed that piece of cloth. So then, what's your excuse, Roido? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you? Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this moment in time. Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence. At the moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence. But that's not fair! Ho 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 ho! Do you actually think you could best me in court? It looks like the last laugh's on you, son. I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth? True. Legal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Well, Mr. Wright? It seems at last. The time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived. Mr. Wright, do you admit that you purposely and illegally concealed this piece of cloth? This is an easy answer. No, we did not illegally conceal this piece of cloth. If we said yes, the case would be over and Lana would be proven guilty. So we did not conceal this evidence. And you'll see why. I admit I refused to present it at one point. Aha! So the evidence is illegal.
Objection!
No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. Oh! It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't. What do you mean, you couldn't? There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence. No, Aji, don't listen to his lies! He's nothing but a coward! You can't believe him! There's only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not? Very well, let us settle this once and for all. Earlier you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now. So, there's one piece of evidence that we can present. And what is that piece of evidence? If you need a hint, think about what the judge just said. If you can prove it's called evidence law. So we're basically proving law. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. What's this? I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, MS Guy's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of law. Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself inside your safe. Goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department. Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here is the crux of the matter. You see, at the time, it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. What? What nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and...
Objection!
Sorry, but can you recall when was this picture presented? This was shown only a few moments ago. No! He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Garrett. You yourself confessed it to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of victim's vest? Oh, yes. No! It was then you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this vest from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer, and there's only one person who that could be. Damon Gant. The killer was you. I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years, he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insists on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Eagle Star, then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman? Yeah, that's right. If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you've got to help me. Goodman turned him down, and he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then, all of a sudden, he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered. Open his evidence locker. As he was taking the evidence out, he said, "It's not too late. I'm going to hand all this over to Marshall." No, to be honest, I was a bit taken back by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's what I thought. The accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might come in, so I hurried to wipe it out. Worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake. The bloody handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker. It used to be known as the crime computer. But everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Then you put the body in my car. I'm sorry. I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk. What's the big deal. Make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how could you get Miss Sky involved in all of this? Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out. So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker? I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take. So, you left the jar fragments and the glove? Yeah. Looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. And they all did their best to get in my way. Got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence wouldn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy. Why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me. We're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me? You will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring down once you try to go it alone. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Udgy? Oh, what? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. I'm sorry too, damn it, Candy. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator and an example to others on the force. Sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Woody. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Righto here and Worthy. These two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The mellow thirst. There are two things I want you to understand. Yes? First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Jamie Gann betrayed you from the beginning. See this guy. You no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everyone all that I have done these past 2 years. The time I had can't help me forge evidence. Up until now. So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered. I'm sorry, Miss Guy, I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My, what eyes did you have for a rookie? I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you just might make it to the top. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. This guy. You too, Mr. Edward. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it affected you. There was nothing. Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, rose above it all. You got it, Mr. Wright, to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop it! I only did my job. In light of this case, it seems that good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Guy? Yes, Your Honor? You are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date. Yes, I understand, Your Honor. There is something amusing about all this? Why are you smiling? It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free from these heavy chains. Well, this trial has gone on far too long already. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, that is all. This court is adjourned. February 25th, 5:03 p.m. District Court Lobby. Defendant Lobby number 2. At long last, it's finally over. And Guy can breathe a sigh of relief and sing her song. Emma? Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook. Or at least she isn't convicted of a murder she didn't commit. No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended, I can see why me and Faith thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. You've done well. You know, I did my best too. But Lana didn't say a single word to me. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pal. Oh, I guess I am. So I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making detective run all around while on duty. To top it off, you called me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding. Oh, are you here because of my sister again? Nope, not this time. I came today because of you, pal. Me? That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone. Lana! Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know. Well, I won't tell if you won't. Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day, 2 years ago, was the first time in my life I've ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up into that mess. But sis, I asked Aunt to help me cover up the truth. I was doing it for your sake. But now I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by just distancing myself. But I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. But sis, you were only doing it for me. No. Huh? I turned my back on you that day. And hiding what I believed to be the truth. I was deceiving you. Sis. I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. I'm so sorry. Sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have. Emma. No one can change the past. The only thing that we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in so doing, we can find the way back to our rightful path. And it is for there that we can move on toward a brighter future. At least that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe, me? Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Capcom, bring her back! Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here. Where was he hiding? I'm pretty sure he's hiding behind the couch. I just came to say congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Right, well, I'll be going now. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't correct my mistakes. Mr. Edgeworth, not only that, I don't even trust myself anymore. Ken was right. You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me are the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to get it. Try to go it alone. I do despise criminals. I had to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. In order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. It's scary, but I know this to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth, who knows? Given enough time, maybe we can try to build something that keeps me. That thought terrifies me. That's why I cannot continue as a prosecutor. Edgeworth, don't you understand? Amy Gant your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said in order to fight a crime you said in order to fight a crime on my own I need a weapon. That may be true. But think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright because of that partnership. You were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Yeah, what is this? Come on, Mr. Wright. Show him what Lana's talking about. Either Edward or I would have been able to find on our own. Well, you can make speculations on this if you'd like. Die. But I know the answer to this one. And you'll understand why I picked it too.
Take that!
That's the picture I drew. Our counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence list and I had the other. Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture. That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edworth. It's time for me to go. Mr. Edgeworth, if you'll excuse me, there are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Edgeworth, what will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember. You can let what happened kill the prosecutor inside you. That's a typo. That is a typo. It should say, you can't let what happened kill the prosecutor inside you. Or, oh, okay, I see how it's read. You can let what happened kill the prosecutor inside you. Or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. Okay, I get what he's saying now. I know. Seems I owe you my thanks too, right? But what I face now is my problem. Edward, I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell. I'd better be going too. Okay, but I'll be by to visit soon. It seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you. Scientific investigation! It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis, I will! And so, another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I've think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself. Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal. Huh? What is it, detective? There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. See, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this. But I thought you said it would be okay. Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story. Huh? Basically, I had to drive the car in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Huh? Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side. Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright here is the one who will be footing the bill. Huh? What, you think I could afford it on my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Here is the famous meme. Huh? Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best. Why is it I suddenly feel like I want to scream? Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together? Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go.
Objection!
All right. These credits are quite long, and I think they took the part out where I can I think. Hold on a sec. It's been over 2 years since I played this, so. Yeah, I'm assuming they did. But as the credits roll down out and stuff, you could manipulate the touchpad, and it would you put the fingerprint dust onto the bottom of the DS, and it would reveal the characters for these cutscenes that you see. I am not going to read all of this here because I don't have the time to do all that, but what'd you think? You can finally take a break. I will take about a few weeks off on this. What I want to try to do is actually try to get the football stuff going. So that's where I'm going to start doing it. Probably won't start Justice for All, maybe in November, but you got a job for me, Di. That would be the controller vibrating if you heard it. You're gonna help make a thumbnail for Justice for All. I think you got references, right? Oh, the poor Blue Badger's battery is dying. Here we go. Here we go. Battery's dead. All right, what's your thought about this game? You like this game? I figured you'd enjoy this game. It's a very different style visual novel. It focused a lot more on the story elements, and it was very interactive from the beginning to end. After completing this game, do you have a favorite case? very convoluted by the end. This case will feel more like the other two games. The gameplay, anyways. But yeah, most of the reason why I was not this fell off as one of my favorite cases because of how long and dragged out this case was. But I'm pretty sure you have a favorite case out of this game. There's a lot of people that's probably going to be on my side on this one. Turnabout Goodbye is probably one of the best cases in this game. Hey look, it's Maya, look! Guess where she's in? It says Karain on there. But some people pronounce it Karain, but it really looks like Karain. Oh, they call it Karain in the anime. You like the samurai one? You like willpower, don't ya? Well, it won't be the last time you'll see him. I can guarantee ya. So, the first Monday in November will be the, I have to keep doing that. The first Monday in November, and I'm just going to take a train. The first Monday in November will probably be when I start back Justice for All. Okay, well, we're gonna do this. Open this book. And look at it is Emma Sky back when she was like 6 years old. All right. So, Justice for All will start in November, first Monday in November. We'll leave that as a date for you to make sure to have that thumbnail prepared. And then, while I'm working on Justice for All, we'll work on the thumbnail for Trials and Tribulations. I do thank you for all the work that you've done. Yeah, it's very sweet. It can be very depressing in a lot of ways. So yeah, I enjoy the Ace Attorney series. I've pretty much played every single game in the series. Andy still has to play the Great Ace Attorney. Like I said earlier, Resolve is one of my least favorites. For the simple fact is, Resolve literally only came about because it's pretty much cut content from the first Wright Ace Attorney game. They didn't add anything new to it. And by playing the game, you can tell that the game was cut. A lot of the cases don't exactly line up correctly, and they reference a lot of the cases from the first game out of order. So it made it very confusing to try to play Resolve. Other than that, I did not hate Resolve's story. I just found the game to be boring, because it was like playing the same exact game over. But I would have to say that I enjoyed the last case of Resolve. Resolve had a very good case at the end. All right, give me a second here. I'm not going to close the stream off yet, but there is something I want to show you. So I will BRB for a second. And I will turn the mic off for a little bit.
EA Sports. It's in the game.
EA Sports! It's in the game!
NCAA Football 2006.
All right, well, there's going to be a few things I'm going to be showcasing here. So this is my sports display. So I will show you the teams that will be in here. So we have the Tooster. I need to change. I need to you. There's a few things I'm going to be changing on here because I just realized that I needed to simplify some of these things. So Woody University, which is originally, if you've seen Tiny Toon Adventure, they had an episode called the Acme Bowl. Woody University would be University of Woodpecker. Of course, I have Santa Ana Barbarians here. I have Santa Ana Barbarians is another team that was mentioned in the Acme Bowl, if you've seen it. And I will explain this. University of Woodpeckers, or the Woody University, I call it. Now, because I have to do it for here, it's supposed to be a montage to Woody Woodpecker. Santa Ana Barbarians is a team that is supposed to poke fun at Fred Flintstone. Ana Barbarians, Metropolis Marvel is a team that poked fun with DC Comics and Marvel Comics. Metropolis would have been the place where Clark Kent worked. Perfecto Prep. A lot of you guys already know the history with Perfecto Prep. Perfecto Prep is literally Acme Tooster's biggest rival. This is the team I created, Texas Gunsman. Twin City, I need to change. I feel like I'm I have it on my form. 2 words, but we'll put it together as one. To make it feel authentic. You'll probably question as to why I chose blue and yellow. If you've seen The Sims 2 gameplay that Taylor did, you'll notice that the llama mascot has blue and gold on his jersey, and this is a Greek letter for the letter L. So I could not really put llama on there. I try to make the team simlish as possible. So there you go. There's the llama from The Sims. Diamond City Roughs. This is from WarioWare Move It, I believe. You remember the football team? They're a red, white, and blue team. I decided to use a star, gave it a red outline, which actually worked because here's the team jersey. The star being white was perfect for creating this team because the star is actually white on the helmet. You've probably seen it, right, Di? So, I apologize if the game comes off a little weird on the screen, but yeah, that should look like the Diamond Rock team collection. So here's Metropolis Mobian, which is a team out of Sonic the Hedgehog universe. I chose their flag from their FP fighters. They colored in stars in this one. I can't color the stars on the others. This is their Then we have Robotropolis, which is the Robotropolis robot is the other side. I just put tech as their logo, so why not? And the robots are also a juggernaut team. Candletown, I have to fix this. So the Candletown Marauders is also a, it's a town I created, okay? But it's still in the same universe as Sonic in that. So we have Echidnaopolis, which is another town in the Sonic universe. So that is that team. It has to be all 12 teams. Go here. Go to their dynasty mode. I will have to delete the other one. I thought I deleted that. So this is our dynasty mode. So we go through all of our coaches. Antoine de Colette for Mobotropolis. Dizzy Devil. Do you guys know Acme University? Dizzy Devil. Danforth Drake is actually a character from Tiny Toon Adventures. You'll have to look in the wiki on him. He's related to the Acme Bowl episode. Knuckles Echidna I gave him like a visor instead of a full hat. Fred Flintstone for Santa Ana Barbarians. Makes sense. Mortimer Goth for Sim City. Clark Kent for the Metropolis Marvels. Amadeus Prower for Chandletown. Roderick Rat for Perfecto Prep, and he played for Perfecto Prep if you watch the actual goal. Ivo Robotnik. He looks like Ivo Robotnik, right? You can see a little bit of that red hair. Oh wait, he's bald. He's got red hair, so it would show up in the mustache and the brow. Wario for the Ruffs. I probably have to redo this again later because I know I have to change everything. Woody Woodpecker for Woody University. And these are the teams I did not manipulate. So there's AF, Air Force coach, Arizona coach, Arkansas coach, Arkansas State coach. These all didn't get a name. I mean, so these are the teams that we're not going to even worry about for the most part. The only ones that I really care about is the 12 that we created, so. Alright, so now that you've seen that. So there's in-season recruiting. We got to go and look for players based upon our roster to see who we pick. So Di, are you interested in racing?
EA Sports. It's in the game.
Well, I'm going to show this one off. I asked if you're interested.
And I'm in the game.
If you're in
NASCAR
racing.
2005. Chase for the Cup.
If you're interested in racing, I could show you a racing game. And of course, I probably will have to okay, this is NASCAR's game. I don't think it'll have me. Even if it does, I'll just mute it. So, So this is a NASCAR game. So a garage here, we can actually build cars. So next Cup car, the NSF series, Craftsman series, Feather Light series. And these cars are different, way different, compared to what we have to, what they drive now. Matter of fact, these cars that are in this game is different from the ones that are in later PlayStation 2, because they have what is called the car of tomorrow, and they immediately got rid of them. So, there's racing mode. This chase for the cup here, I believe, is your story mode. And you can set the number of laps. I usually try to keep, instead of keeping it down to like as short as possible, in here it's not worth it. But there is a story mode, which is the one on top, fight to the top. So this is your story mode here. And I've already have it started because this game certainly breaks you into it. So I can't go here and do anything about that yet. Info. This takes me to a calendar. My contract history. Tracking performance. This actually takes a lot of skill out of you. I like a lot of the later ones how it's set up, where they have the gas pedal up here on the shoulder buttons. You have one for gas, one for brake. But here they have it on the face button. Wait, is that a track going around a football field? So, I guess we'll do normal. So if I do it from a Nextel Cup, I can choose my cars. That's locked. So these are the tracks you drive on. There's a road course. Watching Glenn is a fun track. This is a road course, but this doesn't exactly this. I have to watch it. It's double canyon, stock type, which is actual track. This is apparently the football field. Is it not? Dodge Raceway? This is Levi Strauss, New York, Old Spice, Phoenix, Infield, Red Bull. These are the fantasy. Apparently I unlocked Talladega Infield. Darlington, Daytona, over Homestead, Indianapolis. Of course, today they're driving on more tracks than this. Some of the fantasy tracks are just that, fantasy tracks. They don't exist. And some of these tracks are atrocious to drive on because how fast the cars go. So let's do a favorite. I'm going to do a few laps. I'm not going to race the whole thing because this is going to take quite a long time.
One word describes the place and the race every driver dreams about. A dream about winning.
So if you're interested in racing, it doesn't have any of the gimmicks that you're used to, but you can get used to this game pretty well. So this takes a lot more thinking than just driving. You have to keep an eye on your tire wear. You have to keep an eye on the wall because you don't want to damage your car. Daytona, I feel, is one of the easiest tracks to drive on.
This is the one, green flag.
You have your spotter talking to you. I just rubbed my car against the wall. You have to be careful of that. Rubbed it against the wall again, which all is going to affect my time. There's rubbed against the wall, and I just lost control of my car already, which is going to affect my time.
Come on, one more time.
Rubbing against the wall again. I hit the wall a little hard on that one.
Little provisional, it'll save us.
So I didn't qualify much at all in this game, in this race. They throw me in the back of the race. So you're racing with 20 or 43 drivers in this. You can see up there, it's set up for 50 laps. I'm not going to walk through that. So you don't want to try to cause much accident here.
Be careful out there. Clear, clear, all clear.
So I kind of rubbed against the drivers already. So that's a bad sign, but I managed to keep positions out of that. Just saying, slowly. A lot of people would just say, oh, it's 40 driving around in a circle like that. Well, NASCAR is not all about driving around in circles. There are road tracks. And there's a lot more than just driving in NASCAR. There is a bit of strategy. In Mario Kart, there's this thing called gimmick. You have items and stuff to be able to pass your cars. Here, they have a thing called air. So if you go behind a car, there's this thing called drafting, and what it does is it helps your car go faster. You get momentum to have your cars go further. Of course, keeping the car straight is very difficult, especially cold. Very cold. I will try to get up to where it's from. I'm already rubbing against the wall. Not too long before you can start seeing metal fly. If I rub against the wall, it slows my speed down. The other racing games I have on here, there's commentary into it.
8 seconds on the leader.
8 seconds. So see, some of you guys, 8 seconds. Yeah, 8 seconds is a long time. And your time doesn't really change. Don't fall asleep, guy. I'll try to cause an accident for you if you want to stay awake. The reason why I have the laps up as high as I do is I do enjoy strategy, and if you set the lowest on this game, you can't manipulate strategy. Like say, this game does tell you when you need to get your tires checked, and it also tells you when you need to go get gas. Can you imagine Mario Kart having guard degradation, tire degradation, and your gas? You would definitely need to go to pit row. They would have to implement pit row. Of course, go-karts are battery operated, so there's not gas. But they do have tire wear. And I'm pretty sure they have more than 3 laps in go-karting. I wanted to, I'd just drive through the wall. Trying to get down to the pavement on here is a dangerous thing because it'll throw you right up against the wall. We have to be careful about that.
Your interval is about 9 seconds. Take care of your car and won't get them.
Where's the back? I have to call it back. Is the Isn't the yellow flag supposed to be on here? I thought there was supposed to be yellow flags. Odd. Supposed to be yellow flags on that. We're going to be ending soon. There's supposed to be yellow flags there, and I was kind of surprised that it wasn't any in there. But there is a yellow flags in the story mode. But yeah. So what do you think of it? Is it something that you would try? I can't. Well, I could do up to 4 players on this game. I can. I cannot manipulate all 43 drivers. But with Parsec, I could do 4 players. We could do the racing and stuff like that. But I'm not entirely sure what version I'm going to go with at this point. A lot of people say this is the best one, but I'm not that keen on the controls, and especially when the Xbox 360 sticks are very loose. So, the sports games aren't really that bad. I mean, people don't like the redundancy of the sports games and stuff like that. There's certainly good ones out there. There's certainly bad ones out there. Many of your older ones are better than the newer ones. You have nighttime races. I think this is also the track already. This one utilizes every camera, which I can't utilize every camera. I thought about trying to do baseball, basketball, FIFA, but none of them have team mode on them. And I really do enjoy the creative team feature. This actually kind of feels like watching NASCAR. But if you ever want to go and watch NASCAR live on YouTube, you can only pick the car. You can actually do that on YouTube. It is. It's almost 1:30. But yeah. I will have the music change for Justice for All. So, that'll be a little bit later down the road. But you'll have music to reflect Justice for All here too. I will have the Justice for All logo. Alright, so, showcasing a little bit of things here. Let's see. Who can we raid tonight? Not to spoil myself on Sonic Superstars. go ahead and drop my raid hashtag die. Thank you. Hey, anybody played Dave the Diver? Dave the Diver was released on the Switch. Good idea. All right. So, my raid target is going to be Beacon of Neck. He's playing Dave the Diver. And I'm going to post it in there. You guys have a wonderful night.